Megan Fox has the story.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox. Megan Fox, a national journalist.
Mastodon. I will never be able to say that out loud.
It feels like the Flintstones live there.
It does.
Well, don't trust women. I think you just touched on that with your last. That's what they brought. We're going to have to bring back chaperones.
Jesus, no.
Just careful. Stop! Break! Ooh. Hard right.
How did you screw up a stove, Megan? You're a woman. I thought that was baked into you, like at the genetic level, how to operate kitchen equipment.
And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry. I've been very nice to you.
You get Dino hanging out outside chewing on a large bone. I highly recommend being targeted by the New York Times and Rolling Stone for weight loss. And I'd say, keep it coming. I need to lose 20 more. Please, keep it coming.
Explain to me, Megan, why did this country not have a holiday once a year? That's the time you vote. If you don't show up and vote, up your ass. You don't get another chance. You don't get, I don't care if you're in the hospital. Crawl to the stake, crawl there. But that's it. One day, 12 hours, and then you're done. And you count them that day, and that night you know who the hell won.
I will eat you alive. You want to tangle? You want to go?
The only thing going through my head is, what are you going to do when Megan Fox runs wild on you, brother?
He made a deal with the devil. She's the devil.
He wants that.
Oh, God. Gross! Oh! All right. Penalty box for slug. Yep.
Of a mile.
Are you ready to behave yourself now, slug?
This frustrating rep.
Are you ready to behave yourself? Repossessed puppies. I'm hiding pork chop. ASAP. Have you seen his little pork chop? Oh my God, pork chop is the cutest.
That sounds bad.
Have you seen it?
Pork. It's pork.
Though you may be tempted, do not contact any person or persons mentioned on this stream. Do not even think about contacting anyone who may be the topic of the daily news. If you should do that, the host will question your IQ, possibly call you names, and mock you for disobeying these basic rules of decency.
All the best.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. It is Karen Reed time, and I am able to stream this morning. I will not be able to stream this afternoon, but it just started, so let's get in there. I'm working on a bingo card, so just please give me your bingo ideas in the chat.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So what is it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Brennan? I was handed
I'm like
clips
halfway done with
12A
it.
and 16.
I think it's 12 and 12A
I need
that you should
bingo
have.
ideas.
Oh, okay.
You have 12 from yesterday. You have 12 from yesterday, 12As in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe. And then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right. What do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to this case of what Ms. Reed said and her statements. That's obviously, this was a admission of the party opponent to the defendant's statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested.
I got to boost the volume.
To address the statements that was sought yesterday. Hearsay, if you want to get clips
Didn't work
do
at
so,
all.
I would hope the objection to that as long as they were in context. And
Speak in the microphone.
It doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So
Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said, at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect, if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right. And I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but
Right.
this is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then those clips can come in.
Great, fantastic, thank you.
All right. So we'll bring the jurors over.
The only thing I would ask is let's not be played with Mr. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right. Let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay. Why not? Yes. Yes.
You are.
Okay, the jury is coming into the room. I am working on the bingo card. Here's what we have so far. I hit him. Bev sleeps, Bev sighs. Bev yells at defense. Bev hates AJ. Sirens, just a mom. Hose long to die in the cold. Butt dials. Ceiling Dion. Sidebar. I'll allow it. Free space. Darth Bev. Crazy Eyes McCabe. Jen, strangely specific details. Memories improve over time. Coddling Brennan. Okay, we have 6 more to go. What else? I know. Ceiling Dion reminds me of Jeff too. By the way, make sure you hit that like and subscribe on your way in here. I am hoping to get to 75,000 subscribers this year. That's my goal. I think we're at 52 or 53 right now, and we can definitely do it. Snoring. Well, I think Darth Bev kind of covers the snoring. What else? What else are we missing? What, if any? Oh, that's a good one. What, if any? How about refresh your recollection? That's going to come up a lot. Let's see. I'm looking at the chat. What else? Objection. There'll be too many of those. That's too easy. You're making it too easy. It can't be that easy. It has to be somewhat challenging, guys. Come on now. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't recall. Well, also too easy. Rephrase. We'll do rephrase. AJ, thanks for the 20. Just sent me on Cash App. I appreciate that. Starting me out strong in the day, right in the beginning, so I'm not making less than minimum wage. I appreciate that, AJ. Let me see if there's a comment with it so I can read it. By the way, you can support the show with Super Chats, Cash Apps, Venmo. I do take all of them, and they are running across the bottom of the screen. And shortly, I am setting up Super Tips, which is going to be a lot of fun, where you can use voices that will read your Super Chats. So that's going to be fun. Oh, flagpole. That's a good one. Flagpole. Oh, they're coming back. Hold on. Flagpole. Calling Karen crazy. I like that. I got sidebar. Spots. Spots. Okay, we got it. All right, I'm going to pin the bingo link to the top of the chat. And those of you on the replay, if you're watching along, I will post the bingo link in the description.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. We appreciate you being prompt and ready to go this morning. There was something I needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline the evidence that will be presented to you today. So I appreciate your patience.
All right.
I do
Bingo
have to
link
ask you
is
those
posted.
questions. Were you all able to
Rumble, I'm heading
follow
over
my
to you.
instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we have Ms. McCabe back,
Like
please?
anybody's going to say yes. And here she comes. AJ, the stupid Cash App takes forever to open. I don't know why. All right. There was no message, but thank you so much, AJ, for the 20. I do appreciate you. Starting out the day strong. Oh, and I missed one from yesterday from Rummy. Thank you, Rummy, if you're here.
Kid, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe. Good morning.
We're wearing a blue sweater today.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
We provide Exhibit 6 to the jury, please. On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
Show me what's been marked
Did he
as
say
Exhibit
what, if
8.
any? I missed it.
Yes.
Did that happen?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Is this a Ring camera right here? Looks,
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
See a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? For those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 11. You recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
It's happening with Harper. Very funny observation. She's not wearing that cross necklace today. Must have burned her. So not today. Not today, Satan.
You mentioned earlier in the night, you spoke to John O'Keefe
We
when
get
you
to
called him or
what
he
if any
called you
surveillance.
about
We get to
directions
check off
Fairview
what if
Road.
any.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Sustained is to form, Mr. Brennan.
IT Goatee Brad, welcome to the program.
What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by, past Bella's house, the Bella's Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay.
Do you have something physically to? Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
Thank you.
With,
Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
Oh, good Lord, that's loud. Jesus.
You can't hold up.
I can't hear a thing, but it's so loud. Oh my God, that was pointless.
Wild.
What's going on? There's a guy unresponsive in the snow. In the snow, 34? Yes, 34, the Alpha resident, yes. I just pulled up and found it. Okay, 34 Fairview? 34 Fairview, can't map, yes. Not the one that's on your bulletin board, emergency. Hello? Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Houston? 34 Fairview? Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow. Okay,
That is an interesting word choice.
Yeah, there's a guy in the snow, not my friend John.
We just switched him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
That's his girlfriend, his name is John O'Keefe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
She said John there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he Terry? Is he? I don't know if he's women. There are two women trying to keep his body and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we have to get the fire department going. They just got to know.
Okay. Is he breathing? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test CPR?
Yes, he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back.
That's the admission of guilt. I think he's passed away. Well,
Passed away.
I know, Mom, I'm on with the news. I know, honey, I know. Terry, you gotta get off of me. Terry, you gotta get off of him.
Do you know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He had been out,
They've been out drinking.
Yes, but I'm talking hours about maybe, and I think he's, I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head out?
Yes, absolutely, I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face.
Andre, we mentioned it yesterday. She got a tan and her hair must have gotten a blowout.
Oh, yeah. And she has a different hairstyle, too. Longer layers.
All right, if you want CPR, and just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock.
Shocky no.
My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and
They
into
know
a
it looks
story.
bad.
I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, well, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
He was frozen like a rock.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then as I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Ms. Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happened?
The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming.
Calls Karen crazy.
Kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
Do we have
I
a new
was
bingo?
just trying to talk
I do have
to
a
the
new bingo.
officer. I guess I just went
It's
into
at the
this
top of the
like,
chat, or I'll
type
put it.
of mode of, all right, I have
I
to
got
Put it in the private.
just
You got it.
talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John.
So far,
and,
we've
like,
got what, if
happened to
any,
him and try
and
to
calling
save him
Karen crazy.
ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
There's that 3 again.
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was.
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
Active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Your children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
Chad's trying to cheat.
After you had a chance to speak to some of
on
the
bingo
officers, did you move around at all
already.
yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, get, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic.
I hate
so I went into
Brad.
the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of the, Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Oddly specific details for 3
she
years
was
ago.
Crying.
Strangely
she asked
specific
me to get in. We held
Go ahead and check that
hands.
off.
We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, "Could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids?" She just kind of was all over the place.
What?
And then at one point,
How would you get period period blood on your hand?
I'm sorry. Hold the fucking phone. What did she? At one point, she had blood on her hands, and she said, "Could I have gotten my period?"
What?
What? I mean, and we do know now that she did have her period because we heard all that gross talk about the urine sample and no tampon and all of that. But I mean, what? While she was doing CPR on John, somehow she's checking inside. What?
Yeah, no.
That's crazy.
It's the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed
Strangely specific details.
Roberts,
I already checked that off.
On him. Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody to
die in cold.
Yeah.
There you
When
go.
the defendant first asked you,
But that was at 2 a.m, not at 6 when they found him.
Were you still inside?
You moron.
The police cruiser, or were you outside?
Outside.
Not according
was
to
the
the
weather?
Celebrate
I know
witness,
it's an obvious
but
question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing.
oh, it was snowing. I forgot
As
to put that on the
stated,
bingo
I
card.
have multiple sclerosis.
It was
so when
snowing.
I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my
You
fingers.
swear she's vegan
which
for as many times as
obviously
she
made
says I have
Googling
MS.
very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
That is a strange observation.
Was it
son.
after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Yes.
Or that day?
You 247
That
to
week?
be exact.
No.
Was this the first time
Or
that morning after
225.
the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me and then I think she took off. Like she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Miss Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
What's with this snorting? Why does she keep snorting?
At some point.
I mean, it is a bad allergy day here for me, but I keep muting myself when I'm going to cough or something.
Were you
Of
with
course, she doesn't have a mute
the
button.
defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us. Yes.
Remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
No.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Oh,
When she
bingo.
told the first responder,
Not bingo,
yeah.
but
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Like startled.
Now
kinda
you
like,
may
what
check
are you
it
saying?
out.
What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
Oh, she keeps snorting.
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy. And I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
she's looking at the camera a lot.
Or the jury. The jury's over there.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the
So is
first
the camera
responder?
perched above the jury?
I think so.
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
The jury is to her where when she looks that way. I don't know which way that is for her. Let's see. That would be her left. When she looks to the left, that's where the jury is.
Yeah.
And the camera's on that side too. She's definitely, checking out the jury every once in a while. Although not as much as yesterday. Oh, sidebar. We may check off sidebar. Let's see where we're at right now. Where's sidebar? I got to find it. There it is. All right. So we got, I hit him. Calling Karen crazy. Strangely specific details. Sidebar. Has long to dying cold. And what if any? All right. Also, so you guys know, shit, I knew I was going to say something. I totally went right out of my head. And there was
I think we I'll allow it before they went to sidebar, but
did we? I didn't hear it. Does it count if I didn't hear it? I guess it counts. If you heard it, it counts. So
I'm not entirely sure, but we'll get another one later.
We'll get another one for sure. So that one's almost like a free space. That was a fast sidebar. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe and check out meganfox.locals.com. We have a live chat going over there. It's always a lot of fun.
After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
You know what? Hold on a second. She never answered the question. So there was an objection to that. What was your motivation in interrupting her from saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? She never answered that. I was interested in the answer to that. So I guess that objection was sustained for whatever reason. But what would that have been to keep her from incriminating herself? I doubt it. I mean, I don't.
We got to protect the prosecution at all costs.
Yeah.
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
No
Take us
barking
through
dog?
Walking through the front door, what happens?
So I went in the front door.
Rabid
I
barking
opened
German
the
Shepherd,
door.
you know.
I
My dog barks at
walked
leaves.
up the stairs.
There's no
into their
chance
hallway,
the dog's not
and then
barking.
I think I knocked on their door.
Oh, that's different. She said she
Their
burst
bedroom
in
door,
last time.
and then I opened the door. I went in, and I walked over to the bed, and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because I was I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me, so much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
I'm sorry, that's not crossing my mind when I'm waking up my own sister.
It took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up, and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe
Okay.
again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed.
And where was Chloe?
I spoke to them.
I'm sorry, but I can't get past this part of this testimony.
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
I should have put the dog in the bingo box.
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level.
Unless the
downstairs is
police
first level?
department has a policy
You
to
come down the
turn
stairs
off
and you see the
sirens
front
going
door?
in subdivisions,
Is there anybody in the house?
that dog would be going
I
nuts
saw,
if they heard sirens
Officer
approaching the
Lang.
house.
Hey, they wouldn't just be going nuts. There were people on the lawn outside. We found out that their bedroom faced that front yard. He's right there. The window. Chloe would be right there. She slept under the window.
Mhm.
There is no chance that a German Shepherd's ears doesn't hear Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. Just Karen. Karen, just voices. My German Shepherd goes absolutely apeshit over nothing. Literally nothing. The sound of the robot vacuum activating makes him bark. The sound of a leaf blowing by, of the wind going through the trees. German Shepherds do this. That's what they do. There is no chance, as a owner of 2 German Shepherds myself, there is no chance that dog was not going nuts. She's lying. And I want to know what happened when she burst into the room. The dog didn't startle. Let's just say the dog slept through all that. She bursts into a room at 6 a.m. The dog doesn't jump up, and you'll see, because when the defense asks her where was the dog, she can't answer. She's like, I don't know.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No,
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and
Oddly
almost
specific
immediately
detail.
Officer Lang
I was
came, got
standing
Matt,
in
and
the
asked if he
doorway.
could talk to him outside.
At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I'd like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57.
What is this footage?
The police car approaching the.
All right, so we see that the
Neighborhood.
lights are on. I wonder if we can't hear any volume. I wonder if the sirens were on. I would imagine the ambulance sirens would be on. Isn't that protocol? You can't turn your sirens off with an ambulance, I don't think, because you have to alert traffic that you're behind them.
I know folks do sometimes turn it off at night for the purposes of not waking the entire neighborhood up.
But wasn't this
Gilman,
at
if you can take
6
us to the
a.m.?
arrival at
Yeah.
Fairview.
So 6 a.m. That's not quiet time. But it doesn't even matter. That dog would have heard people in the yard. People right outside the bedroom window.
Opening those
garbage.
big ambulance doors and
Right. Right. Car doors slamming. Like my dog hears a car door open and he's rah, 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 rah. My dog has been getting weirdly aggressive with the UPS guy lately. It's making me nervous.
leave a box of mill bones out to.
He wanted to go in the guy's truck yesterday, and I was like, get away from the road. What are you
Can
doing?
you stop there, please?
And he was trying to get into the truck. I was like, okay.
Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this
grounded.
scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I don't see anybody in a blue parka. Oh, way
I believe
over in the
that's me.
left. Okay.
Can you continue to play, please?
That looks like a fuzzy shadow. God, I wonder how long he's planning on going. Do you think he's going to go all the way to the afternoon? I hope not. I want to see Cross so bad, but I have an appointment. We have a doctor's appointment today for one of the kids, so I have to be
How
out
are
of here
these
by
the
like.
worst wiper blades ever?
Yeah, they don't seem to be doing anything. I have one on the left side that does that, and it drives me crazy.
They're government vehicles. They should be maintained on a schedule.
Can you stop?
They don't even have to
please?
pay for the wiper plates. Like,
Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
how do you see a flagpole?
Yes.
I'd like to
Ooh,
move forward in the
flagpole's on the
video if
bingo
we
card.
can move forward to 6:14:45, please.
Man, I'm still far away from a bingo. This sucks. My bingo card sucks today. I should be close with all the ones we've had. If this goes all the way to lunch, I'm going to miss the cross.
Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman?
I'd call that a dozen people outside of that house and
Could you stop
dogging
there?
and barking.
The person
That's
all the way to
crazy.
the left near the flagpole.
It's because the dog isn't
Do you know who
there.
that is?
The dog was taken
I
by
believe Kerry Roberts.
her
And
daughter, I
Is that
think.
the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I
that
don't want you to guess. Just
oh,
if you
I
know.
don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over To the right, is that you?
Yes.
Continue, please. Is that Kerry on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please.
Oh,
On the
look at
right,
the
do you see
doggy.
yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent
You can hear
yellow.
this dog at the road.
Yes.
To the right.
And she's
yellow.
not that
Do you know
big.
who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please.
Oh yeah, you would hear my shepherd barking through windows, his bark is so loud that if he does it in the same room as me, it's like the super bark from that cartoon. It hurts my ears and I jump and I yell at him to stop. Like you're hurting me. That's how loud it is. It like almost breaks the sound barrier. It makes your whole head hurt. It's terrible.
Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop.
No, I'm ignoring
Do
him.
you see the officer that was with you in the group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please. Thank you. If you could move ahead to 619, please.
What are we even establishing here? I've checked out. I don't even know why we're watching this. Why does this matter? Has anybody
Is that
figured
you,
it
Ms.
out yet?
McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Aren't these dash cams supposed to have microphones?
They don't. It's the officers that have the microphones on them. Eric, thank you for that amazing compliment. That I'm almost as cute as your dog.
And my
Brad.
dog?
Yes.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please?
And I think there are cameras in the backs of cars too, of cop cars, and there should be audio as well. We've seen a lot of that footage. I don't know what Massachusetts does, but I've seen a lot of that on, YouTube channels that do cop footage.
Cop review.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember seeing any of that backseat footage at the last trial. I wonder if it exists. I have a feeling that there were a lot of cameras and body cams and things turned off specifically for this. Because we haven't seen a ton of those, have we? We haven't seen a lot of body cam. Like, where was the body cam footage for the cop who said he went into Brian Albert's house? Remember that one? How come we didn't see any body cam footage for that? He said he went in, he went to the kitchen, he sat at the table, they had a discussion, and then he left. I don't remember which cop that was. Where's the body cam footage for that? Shouldn't there be some?
Oh, I turned it off. Like, no, you don't just turn it
You're
off.
not supposed to do that. So I don't know what Massachusetts rules are, though. Maybe the Massachusetts State Police, or they have different rules. I don't know. There are still some places, like in Florida, for instance. I hate Florida's body cam rules. They only have audio and the camera's on the car. So if the police officer points the car away from the situation,
Is that Ms.
you
Roberts?
have no video.
Yes.
Canton doesn't have
Stop, please.
body cams? You got to be kidding me.
Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not exactly sure from
Okay.
that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6/23/40, please.
They started wearing body cams in 2023. When did this happen? 2021, 2? Of course. Of freaking course. Huh. Wow. Isn't that something? Why would it take them that long to catch up with the rest of the world?
At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
Is it during this time, 6/23 and 6/24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6/20/6/15.
I need to get coffee. I'll be back.
Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, do you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6/34/15, please. Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
of the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it. Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes, I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 6:39, please? Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note it 6:39:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lang spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her. But then Officer Lang said that one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes.
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
Yes.
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
Yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But, you know, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope, maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No.
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
No, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed.
So just move on.
And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that were
Drink your water.
Had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout when I was still at Fairview or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what time, what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got
Trooper
your number?
Proctor.
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
Trooper Proctor.
He said he would like to come by and question me, and I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that were still sleeping, and I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this news to them and comfort them, and I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home or
A
after?
quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after, approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person
Trooper
conversation?
Proctor.
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
I hope
Was
she
there
calls him
anybody else at your
Bukaki
home?
again.
My husband was home, and
Trooper
my brother-in-law,
Bukkake.
Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken killing?
At that
Slug is
conversation,
picking
no.
on you.
Did they
I
leave?
know.
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that, John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without saying that, without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text
Yes.
messages from other people?
Yes,
And were you reaching back out to other people?
some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Carrie and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and
You said
our
you-
sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Carrie picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar.
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes,
Oh,
rapidly.
I hear Darth Bev.
When she picked you up, who else? did
It's
she pick up
happening
with you?
again.
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else Were any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was
All
in
I
the car
need is
as well.
Bev yells at
So it was you,
defense,
Miss
and I
Roberts,
have
and your two
bingo.
daughters?
I need
Yes.
Jen,
So you
but
went
we
to
got that
Meadows.
yesterday.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
We might
To
get that
offer our
again.
condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers,
House fall?
loved ones. The car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Kerry and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter?
Don't
Don't give me a name. Carrie's daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
And was Carrie's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Miss Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes,
Nope.
It was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
When you were having the conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Miss Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline. So Carrie
So nobody
came
squealed.
over and we were sitting down talking about it. And so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
And so when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request of you, asked you to do that, did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
I'm going to sustain discretion. There is disregard.
Did you speak to officers further in the future?
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
There were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
Objection.
Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes.
Why would you be cooperative? That's terrible.
Handing you a piece of paper, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
Do you know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can produce this as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with it sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it. Moving in as exhibit, I do have objection.
Okay, I'll see what's on that.
All right, what are we doing? Are we on a break? What? Ceiling
Sidebar.
Dion. Ceiling Dion. Ceiling Dion. And no, we're looking at no way. Oh my God, there's no Ceiling Dion. You can't check it off. We're looking at the lamp. What happened to the fan? Sorry, chat. You can't check it off the bingo card because the cameraman's decided just to look at the lamp. I don't know why. What? Okay. Oh, we can skip ahead because we were behind a little because I stopped. We're a few minutes behind. Here we go.
Hooray.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts, and you try to memorialize your memory about what had happened, after that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Oh, here it
Good morning,
comes.
Ms. McCabe.
Cross.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to what would you say
You wouldn't
in terms of what you've discussed and why?
You haven't compared your story. Come on.
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened to that moment and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's
Those
the
were your
truth.
words.
Oh,
It's the
Lord, here we
truth.
go.
Okay. So, for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53
She's gonna
in the
fight
morning,
everything.
Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call, correct.
As well as many other details
Directly
that she
to
was
the
not
jury.
privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Look at her.
Conversations that you've had, for instance,
She's pulling an Amber
conversations that
Heard.
you claim you had with Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her
Correct.
what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Miss Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Miss
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And
To the ju- some
conversely,
things.
Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case and the facts of this case as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes.
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about things, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. And you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Miss Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes.
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation
Sirens.
of many
Sirens.
Sirens on the bingo card.
We've grown into friends where we talk about many other things besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes,
Spots.
absolutely. We talk many
Spots.
different things,
Come on,
just like
spots.
girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the
Robert
subject
Tower got
matter of
bingo.
this case and the details and the facts of this case.
Rude.
You two
So
have
did
probably
Recall.
talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us, so
And
it's a
talking
huge part
about-
of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe it just, I meant
More sirens. Jeez.
traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day
Well, look who's
without
here.
that influencing the
Hi,
other
Rosalind.
person, correct? You've somehow been
How you
influenced
doing?
by Miss Roberts's
She doesn't hear
perceptions
me.
and her memories,
There she
correct?
is.
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions?
It's extra dark in
and your
Texas today.
memories?
I can hear you.
Okay,
Did you
good.
say that, Miss McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Wrong earbud. Next question.
How many times have you met
Sorry, I still had my other
with-
earbud then.
It's extra dark in Texas.
That's I've got a storm.
anybody
coming.
from the DA's office?
Did I
I'm
miss
just gonna limit the
Jen the
time
Chin
frame
go
right now
full
in
Skeletor mode
anticipation
yet?
Not
of your
yet.
appearance in this trial yesterday and today.
Here she goes.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that?
I
Weeks or months?
can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No.
Do you think it was?
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year.
No,
It was in 2025 sometime.
I believe so, yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact, I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the timeframes of those conversations, and I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who else was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
Of course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or Trooper Tully was there at 1. Trooper Buchanan was there at 1. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure, understood.
I apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I
Right.
would say, again, I didn't write them down. Off the top of my head, I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings? I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was the most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you.
I wonder what
mentioned
they asked her.
either
That's
4
an
or
interesting
5 other
one.
meetings with Mr. Brennan and some
Probably
combination of
something to
his
do with
colleagues
privilege,
and or
right?
law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I watched.
Paper transcript or?
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
Do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did.
That was me.
Yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
I don't, he showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those were the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform.
Demeanor.
How you came across your demeanor in the last proceeding. Objection.
Sustained.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial to, the last
Oh, yeah,
proceeding
they
to this
did.
trial? My mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and, answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children, and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
Lots.
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting I think was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure.
Okay.
But it was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at?
Stills
Other
from
than the
the
dash cam video?
cross last
The
time.
pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about your case, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
I don't know why he's going over this, but this is boring.
Anybody taking notes?
It is boring.
Mr.
I've checked
Lally,
out
Mr.
already.
Brennan, any of the troopers?
I'm sending over Laura
No, I
Owens'
don't
voice
believe
to
so.
Super Tips
there
so
was
they can get
several
me
hours worth of
Laura
meetings
Owens.
with you,
That
and
would be,
nobody.
did you also
nobody
do
scribed
Lynette?
any notes that you saw,
Oh yeah, I got to
None
do
that I
her
saw,
too.
no.
and these meetings were not recorded.
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm
Just send
I'm
in the
gonna ask
entire
you a series
TEDx.
of
There's more
questions
than
about
enough content
your
there.
Family, because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear.
The
who's
TEDx
who.
talk.
Mhm.
Actually,
You're
I was
married
thinking of
to
the
Matt McCabe,
Facebook
correct?
video where
Yes.
she's freaking
Your
out. That one's
sister
funnier.
is Nicole Albert.
Because the
Yes.
crying
Like with all
voice.
that
Right, right.
inflection.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at.
Just have to
34
find it. I don't know what I
Fairview,
did with it.
that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January
me see
28th,
if I
going
have
into the
it.
morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
I know I have it. I just don't know where.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families are,
Oh,
it's not
I
just
found
you
it.
and Nicole, your
Okay.
whole families are close, correct?
got it.
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian
Oh,
Albert?
shit.
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family.
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly, Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member. Is that right?
Now he is. Yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton. I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in Canton.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Obviously, it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not
Which
100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have three sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle.
Mm-hmm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the shortened
Shelley
name for
is.
Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, like Deedeee.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
Brad, check the private chat.
There are, I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts,
It is
uncles.
the easiest way,
There's
isn't it?
a combination of familial
What's the answer?
relations within
Oh,
that
awesome. I'll do that.
set of folks that I just
I have to
talked
send it
about,
on
Chris and
Dropbox,
Brian and
though.
Nicole and
It's
you
fine.
and Matt and the
'Cause it's
folks
too
that we
big.
just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing?
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole.
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family.
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th.
Yes.
Special events.
Yes.
Spend weekends together.
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
Oh, make her say spots.
So it is very,
on.
very easy to see that it's
Which kinds of
extremely
events?
close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words,
Would you
liked
cover up a
Karen
murder
Reed, my client,
for your
on the
family?
28th of
Would you
January
die for your
2020,
family?
correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes. The folks
Here's the link,
associated with
Brad.
them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times. You didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family. Is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you. Correct?
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie, who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay.
Good God.
And Canton Police Department. There's also some connections there as well.
That
Kevin
smile
Albert being the most obvious of
very
them.
fast.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
Sidebar. All right, we can actually
More sidebar.
welcome Rosalind Duke. Anybody who hasn't gone and subscribed to Rosalind's channel, you need to do that. She's hilarious. We love her and
Well, thank you,
support
Megan.
Rosalind. Let's skip ahead because we are a few minutes behind because I stopped a few times.
Who's the commie looking Karen in the back?
I don't know. The cast of characters in this courtroom is really something. That bad plastic surgery that you weren't the only one who noticed it yesterday, Brad. That's been going around on X, and it is it's bad. I don't think she's there today. I don't see her, but man, she looked like her nose was almost gone off of her face. That's how many nose jobs she had. She looked like Michael Jackson, but Massachusetts style and female.
Please rise for the jury. Jurors, right this way, please, with your notebooks.
Oh, Brad, you're the bomb. What is a proton drive? I don't even know what that is.
It's Dropbox for protons.
Fantastic. I didn't know I had that. I want that.
You
Do I
have
have
it.
to pay for it?
No.
Huh.
You click the 4
Unbelievable.
squares up in the corner and then hit drive. And there's
And
a
then I
bunch of-
can I share this with someone?
Yeah, if you want.
Huh. I'm going to see if I can download it. Maybe it will attach to an email. I don't know if it's too big or not. It's only
You
6
just
minutes.
copy the link and send it to them.
I can?
Mhm.
All right, cancel. Just copy link. You mean like the URL?
Mm-hmm. Anyone with the link can access it.
That's awesome. Yeah. What other voices should I get set up, you guys, on Super Tips? I got Elemental P. We'll do Laura Owens. Who else should we do? I got Nick Ricada. We got Darrell Brooks. Who else have we covered that would be hilarious? Oh, Greg Anderson. We could do Greg Anderson.
Anderson would be a good one.
I bet you could get Sally Smith.
Oh, Sally Smith. That's perfect.
Mhm.
Sally Smith. That's a great name. All right, let me make a list of these.
You could get
Boat Daddy.
Volte.
Huh? What did you say?
I said Boat Daddy.
Boat Daddy. No one would recognize his voice, though, I don't think. Let's see.
You could do Volmets.
Oh, God, no. I don't want to hear that. No. No
Gingerbread?
vomit. Who's Gingerbread?
Jing.
Oh, Jingy. Yes, David Gingras, definitely. Oh, he's such a pompous ass. Jingy. Gotta have Jingy. Dave Neal. That might be funny.
Oh, that would be funny.
Tug. Should I put Tug in there?
That would be great. I love that.
Did you hear that Uncivil Law sent a cease and desist to
I
Super
heard.
Tips?
Yes. That's awesome.
What a bitch baby. What a little bitch baby. I will say this right now. Go ahead and put my AI voice in Super Tips. I don't give a shit. I'm actually going to give them my voice to do it anyway. Like, come on. It's just a joke. For God's sake.
Yeah.
take a joke. Greg Woodnick. We could do Greg Woodnick. Oh yeah, Legal Vices for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta do Jeff. How am I gonna get? I gotta make
Just point him in his channel. Just be like, take any of these.
I don't. I
Like-
think I have to provide them with this
Oh.
with specific clips of a certain amount of time. And
Yeah, it's
so
gonna be like 10 minutes or something.
between
right?
5 and 10 minutes. Oh, Yamaha Biker would be a good one.
Who?
Ooh.
Yamaha Biker. Oh, Jeremy Hales. I don't know. That could go really wrong. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
I think I'll hold off on that.
Wait until the litigation is done before doing that.
Yeah, I don't think I want to do that. Who else? Oh, Bruce would be funny.
So we got Celine Dion. We didn't get spam.
Oh yeah, Celine Dion. Make sure you click that off on the bingo. We're all caught up. Unfortunately, I can't fast forward anymore. We were only a couple minutes behind. Celine Dion.
Larry Foreman.
Oh, Larry. Larry's a lawyer. I better ask if I have his permission. I don't think he would mind, but still. Sally Smith is a great one. I'm going to have to do a lot of work to get these in there. I'm going to have to like clip stuff and all change
I'll
it
have
to
to show you how to do
MP3.
the.
What a nightmare. I know. I wish I could just give them YouTube links. That would be great. But I don't think that's really not how it works. All right, guys, how you doing in there? We got 261 people here. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe. I'll be here for the morning. I will not be here for the afternoon because we have doctor's appointments and stuff. But we are here for the first part. I'm really glad that we've gotten to, oh my God, Judge Grudge. Yes. Oh, and there's 12 minutes of him just going on and on. I have 12 minutes of uninterrupted Judge Grudge. Yes. Judge Grudge. Wait, let me write that down so I don't forget.
Elaine
Judge
Bredehoff.
Grudge. Elaine. What if any? Oh man, this is a full-on
We didn't get
project.
any. Yeah, some Johnny Depp stuff.
Rottenborn. Or just Johnny Depp. Johnny would be funny because his voice is very distinctive. Amber Heard.
What about Judge Bruce?
Judge Bruce. Who's that?
Bruce Schrader, the bald guy.
Oh, is his first name Bruce?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. You mean this guy?
Don't get brazen
Yeah.
with me.
That might be funny. Judge Schrader. We got to get Bev. Bev for sure. God, she's awful. And especially with that Boston accent is so good.
It's not hard to find a comatose Bostonian though, so the blonde guy from TMZ at Depp trial.
Oh, the TMZ guy. What was his name? There were two more. Morgan something. Was it Morgan Knight? Or there were two Morgans though in that trial. So I always get them confused.
How much did we get of Dr.
Turtle
Muffins?
Boy. Turtle Boy would be funny. How much? What?
How much audio do you think we'd get of Dr. Muffins?
Dr. Muffins. We could probably cobble together 5 minutes. I mean, she testified for a long time. I just don't know if anybody would recognize her voice after all this time, you know? Trying to stick to voices people will recognize. Sally Smith is a good one. Definitely a good one. And Greg Anderson, very distinctive voice. Same with Greg Woodnick.
This will get awkward. She lied.
That would be fun. And Laura will be amazing.
What?
Love her.
That would be really good.
Oh my God. Talk to me in Shapiro. Oh, you mean Shapiro, Attorney Shapiro's ASMR voice? when he's trying to get the jury to listen to him. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will remember that at the beginning of this trial, I talked to you about your favorite pies. Remember, I told you that some of you might really like pumpkin pie and some of you might really hate pumpkin pie. But just because you don't like pumpkin pie doesn't mean that it's not a good pie. It's just your personal opinion of that pie. Do you remember when we talked about pies? Do you remember that when I first met you, before you hated me, before I turned all of you against me and told you about how my client tortured a child and led to the suicide of her mother? Do you remember before that, though, when you liked me when we were talking about Thanksgiving pies? Can you go back to that time?
It sounds
Sorry.
like a mentally challenged Julia Childs in a cooking show.
See, the fleas, here's the thing, though. The second I put them on there, they're just going to send a cease and desist to Super Tips and just be annoying. And like, I don't need to put them through that or give them one more reason that they think they can sue me. It's ridiculous.
Amanda Martin? Who is Amanda Martin?
We've never heard her voice. That's what you're imagining is my impression of Amanda Martin. Which sounds like someone in the cast of Steel Magnolias for some reason. I don't know why I did that, but that's where I went. Yeah.
I have anxiety over the roof.
We definitely have to go for that one, especially the yelling and the screaming. The yelling and the screaming is just fan-freaking-tastic. Let's see. All right. There was something I wanted to show you guys on X. So where did it go? I was looking at X this morning. And we could do Jen McCabe. She would be, her voice is distinctive. We'd be able to know who
Jen
that
the
was.
Jen.
Yeah. So there's a bunch of TikToks. I guess that whatchamacallit, TikTok is like awash in Karen Reed everything right now. So I was going to play some funny ones.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your
Good God.
That is how I felt yesterday when she was taking the stand, and I laughed so hard when I saw this because it was like, yes, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, Jen McCabe. Oh, what the hell happened?
She almost needs like a WWE entrance.
She totally does. Here's
Jen the
another
Jen.
one. This is great too.
Thank you to the prosecution and Hank Brennan for absolutely fucking over your own timeline with your own witness and proving Karen Reed is 100% innocent. So just to restart, it's a 6-minute drive from 34 Fairview Road to John O'Keefe's house. Karen Reed got home by 12:36, meaning she left that residence at 12:30.
Let that sink in. I want to know how they are going to get around this. If she was at John's residence at 12:36, and it absolutely must mean she had to have left no later than 12:30. How does the rest of this work into the prosecution story? Listen to this timeline.
Fact. John O'Keefe, which the prosecution alleged was dead on the ground at 12:31. At 12:31 and 56 seconds, 4 seconds shy of 12:32, starts walking. At 12:32 and 3 seconds, opens his phone, takes it out of his pocket. Our phones can detect if it's not in a pocket. Takes it out of his pocket. 1 second later, opens it with a Face ID. Fact. And then reads a text message from Jen McCabe 1 second after that saying, "Here?" ? And then shuts his phone off with a side pocket, puts it back in, and walks in the house. This all happened after 12:32. So John O'Keefe was alive and well and cognizant enough to open his phone after Karen Reed was long gone from the scene. And then he walked 84 feet during this time frame from the road to the house. It's 72 feet from the flagpole to the front door. So 84 feet, about 6 feet away is the street, 6 feet in. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
it is
it does.
100% fact. Karen Reed was not at
How, if she wasn't, she couldn't have been there. If he walked 84 feet at 12, what does it say? 12:32. He walked 84 feet from the flagpole into the house. Because from the flagpole to the door is 74 feet. 6 more feet, you're in the house. How is this? How the defense needs to hammer the shit out of this. She could not have been at the scene killing John O'Keefe if she was on the way home and arrived at John's house at 12:36. How did everybody miss this? This timeline is correct, isn't it?
I don't know.
As of what they said yesterday, I remember watching this yesterday. I'm sure they'll come up with some excuse as to why this is not correct. Are we back yet? No, we're still on the fan. Fucking fan.
I think there was some, question mark about like the timing of the steps. Like, is it delayed? Is it real time? There was something along those lines, if I remember.
Yeah, they always have an excuse, right? They always have an excuse. Anyway, this was a hilarious thread of all these people on TikTok.
He was my friend.
This is funny.
I loved John McKeefe. He was my friend. What is it? O'Keefe? John O'Keefe. He was my friend too. And
I love the mop.
I don't know why everybody keeps blaming us and blaming me. And I was friends with Karen and I liked her. And when we found John, and she found John, she knew where his body was, and we flipped him over, right? No, he was face down, even though the call said we were the other way. But we're experiencing brutal harassment. How long does it take to convict somebody? Because this is ridiculous. She should be in jail already. I don't understand why we have to go through this again. Now I'm going to be on the stand again, and they're going to make me look bad. And we're being tortured and harassed, and people are mean to us. And don't say bad things about us because we're people too. And Turtle Boy's mean. Big mean Turtle Boy. And we're friends with everybody and have ruined Canton as a city and a town. And we did know that it was illegal to no, we can't say that. Be nice to us because we're people too.
The mop hair is sending me. This is so good. I love these low budget impersonations. She has this person, this justice. Who is it? It's Justice for John O'Keefe has this huge thread.
Megan, I can't put it up, but someone said you should put your dad as one of the super tips.
Oh, my dad. Oh yes, and I definitely have. I look at this one. Oh my god!
Yes, we became very good friends. I played 3 sports, club sports as well. We went to middle school, played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next. So,
that's a good one. I like that one.
And then I helped cover up John's death.
Oh God, it's so funny.
Greatness. That is greatness.
I definitely have at least 5 minutes of my dad just talking shit on a FaceTime. Where's the ceiling fan one? That's the funny one. This is funny. A compilation of every time Jen McCabe told the truth at the trial.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCabe. I'm from Canton. The hormones and things like that.
I'm being booped. Give me a sec.
Nicole is my sister. I don't know.
I don't know.
I wish somebody got the snoring in there.
They just
Do you know the address of where your sister lived?
yes.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Oh my God. People on TikTok are funny. Oh my, this is it. When it gets warm out and you turn on Karen Retrial to cool you down. Look at this. And it's just the fan.
Oh, that's good.
Man. Are we still on a break? We are still on a break. I don't know why we're still staring at the fan. They say it's a short break. It doesn't feel short to me. It feels for like forever now. This one's funny too.
That's why we ripped up the carpet. And Karen Reed is guilty. We have nothing to hide. That's why we ripped up the carpet in our basement, quickly sold our house for under asking, rehomed our dog, deleted all our Ring camera footage, cut up our SIM cards, and disposed of our phones in a military base.
Yep.
Didn't they fill in a pool too?
Yes. Yes. They filled in a pool with cement.
Yeah.
And there are so many of these. This is funny too. Oh, I don't want to play music that's copyrighted, but she's like, no, I can't. I'm still on jury duty. What's jury duty? I'm on jury duty. I can't. The jury duty, watching the trial. When people ask you to go do things, no, I'm serving jury duty.
Oh, that's funny. I like it.
There's also, oh, this one is funny.
We're friendly. Oh, so you call him Alan. So we're friendly.
We're not friends.
I didn't say friends. I said friendly. So you admitted. You deleted the texts. That wasn't my question. Answer my question. This guy doesn't get it. This guy doesn't get it. Did you have any interactions with the defense? I worked for Whitey Bulger.
I'm afraid this music is going to get me copyrighted, so we'll have to stop doing that. But you should go and look at this entire thread because it's really funny. I haven't watched that one.
What X account is that?
It is Justice for John O'Keefe at Facts Don't Lie 10. This one's funny too.
Where is the ATV?
Me in Canton, Massachusetts, trying to get to the bottom of all the corruption.
Where is the ATV?
I sold it to a friend.
The name of the friend and the phone number of the friend.
I don't have that on me.
That's too bad. Where do you live?
Omaha, Nebraska.
You want to get home?
Yeah.
Get me the name of the friend. Do you understand?
These people crack me up. They just totally crack me up. There's so much of this going on. This one is hilarious. Oh my God.
Yes, Your Honor, it says no but she's got a nice set of mommy milkers.
Oh, dang.
Yes, it says looking through her phone now. No naughties, but will send when I find. Your Honor. Yeah, it says here, wouldn't mind taking a bite out of that.
I like the tuxedo.
She's got a weird accent, but if you throw it on the smoker for 2 or 3 hours until the internal temperature reaches about 140, take it off, cover it in apple cider, put it back on the smoker, let that go till it gets 220, take it off again, put some more barbecue sauce on it, spread it up like a pulled pork sandwich, and take a bite out. It wouldn't be too bad.
Good God.
I'm sorry, I have to hear that again. This is the funniest thing ever. This is his Trupa Procta impression.
Yes, Your Honor, it says no but she's got a nice set of mommy milkers. Yes, it says looking through her phone now, no naughties, but will send when I find. Your Honor.
God, I can't wait for Proctor to get back up on the stand.
Is he on the witness list?
Yes, and he's going to get
awesome.
grilled about how he got fired for his behavior in this case.
That'll be glorious.
There's just so much of, there's so many of these. They're all so funny. They're all hilarious. Oh, they're all very funny. Well, I don't know how many. Oh, this one's funny. The judge one.
Who cares? I wouldn't push it if I were you. I didn't ask you a question. Cross your arms. Listen. I don't care. Who cares?
I don't care. Oh, God. It's just hilarious. There's just tons of them. There's just absolutely tons of them. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I missed. No, I think that's it. Let's see. Are we back yet?
Nope.
Still not. I'm getting bored. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be entertaining you, aren't I? Okay, let's go to the. That's what I'm here for right now. I guess I'm not earning the minimum wage that I'm not making right now. I'm not even going to get on you about it because I'm not really entertaining you. I'm just, I'm bored. And if I'm bored, you're probably bored. So this is not great entertainment. So I forgive you for not sending super chats. Slug's the only one. $1.99 chat help. Abuela Megan keeps tasing me. I did not. That is a lie. Oh, I wanted to address this question. This was good. Sun8488 said, where were the big Canton men? Just the women out in a blizzard looking for John? Strange. That is really strange to me. Like, you don't wake up your husband when someone comes to your house and is like, oh my God, John's missing. Oh my God, we have to go find him. So put on your coat and let's go. And like, you don't get your husband to help with this. That does seem strange to me. I know if that happened in my house, my husband would be the one to go out in the blizzard in his truck. You know, like he would not be sending me out in the blizzard to go look for a body. There's no
the men were too busy
way.
ripping up the carpet.
Ripping up or were they in a drunken sleep? Like, you know, I don't know, but it's very strange to me that it was just the women. Where
It's very
were the men?
strange that there's people screaming out in front of the house and nobody comes outside.
Oh, yeah.
That's weird.
Oh, yeah. Very, very weird. All right. You know what, Brad, give me Laura Owens's new Substack. I didn't get a chance to look at that. And maybe we'll go over some of that. Or Medium, whatever the hell.
Yeah,
whatever the hell it is.
We're getting our cases crossed.
Yeah, we're getting. Yeah, right. Don't cross the cases. That's the first rule, I think.
My child just fell down.
There you go.
Wrong case. All right. In the Laura Owens case, she refuses to shut up. She just continues to keep. No one's talking about her, but she continues to bait the media into talking about her. And then she's going to complain that we're talking about her. Right? That's how that works. So she put this up. The court ordered him not to talk about me. He responded by launching a smear campaign. She's talking about Clayton Echard. By the way, she published this on his birthday. This is a thing that narcissists do, by the way. I'm not saying she is one. I don't know if she is. I'm not a mental health counselor, but it is a strange thing that I've seen narcissists do this, where they ruin important days for people. And this is something that Laura loves to do. She liked to ruin Dave Neal's important days. She liked to ruin, Clayton's important days. So on his birthday, she puts this up. On August 1st, 2023, I filed a paternity case against former Bachelor star Clayton Echard following a schmexual encounter at his apartment. On May 20th, 2023, the situation quickly escalated into something far darker and more unbelievable than I ever anticipated. Yeah, us too, Laura, us too.
What?
On October 6th, I sought and obtained an order of protection against Echard under fraud from the Maricopa County Superior Court after he sent a series of threatening text messages and posted false and harassing statements about me on social media, igniting a hate campaign. Yeah, this is not the whole story. She did a whole lot of shit. The order was clear, specific, and legally binding. Defendant shall have no contact with plaintiff, shall not cause others to contact plaintiff other than as outlined herein. Defendant shall not communicate or post untrue or harassing comments regarding plaintiff online, including but not limited to social media, and shall not cause others to communicate or post untrue or harassing comments. And then she is quoting the Honorable John Duty, who she completely fabricated evidence to. She gave him fabricated evidence and lied to him. And he said, it's almost like you can summon a tsunami with your followers. That is something that can be added as reasons for my decision under the harassment statute. You not only expressed your intent, but then I find that you followed through with it. You used the means that were available to you in order to frankly get her to stand down. I believe that it caused the plaintiff to feel seriously alarmed. Like her going to the Sun?
Right.
Didn't she do that to him? She said, if you don't date me, I'm going to the Sun. I'm going to the press. I believe it caused the plaintiff to feel seriously alarmed, annoyed, humiliated, and mentally distressed. It made her feel that way as a subjective matter, and that it would have caused a reasonable person to feel the same way under the circumstances. Oh, God. What an idiot Judge Judy was. The court finds by a preponderance of the evidence, there is reasonable cause to believe that defendant has committed an act of domestic violence within the last year. This is the same judge, by the way. I know. No, what domestic violence? It's ridiculous. There is no domestic violence. And this is the same judge that was looking at like the computer like this because he's so incompetent. He can't figure out how to switch his, the screen around, and also didn't understand that YouTube videos have dates on them. Like he wouldn't use the evidence of her fabricating a sonogram with the date that was like 5 or 6 years before she submitted the exact same sonogram to the court. He wouldn't even look at it. That's the judge we're talking about here. The message was unmistakable. Eckert had crossed a clear line, says Laura Owens, but instead of retreating, he stepped on the gas because you were lying.
She lied.
Eckert launched a calculated media blitz, dismantling my reputation in direct defiance of the order. He understood something devastatingly simple. If he spoke loudly and often enough, no one would hear my voice over the noise. God, how can anyone? I can't read this whole thing. This is awful.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah. No, it's
you know what?
It's even more unhinged than usual.
No one should read this. I've just decided we're not reading this. That's
the last couple of lines are funny.
Okay. What are the last couple of lines? Reflecting now, I can't help but wonder if I had reported him at the very beginning when he first defied the order of protection, would things have turned out differently? Instead, I stayed silent and he kept speaking. Well, he has the freedom of speech, dumbass.
We have the record. She called the cops all the time.
All the time. And they always told her, this is not a violation of a protective order. Every threat, every lie, every rallying cry to his followers pushed the story further out of my hands. He said it himself. You versus me and my little army behind me, you stand no chance. And he was right. Well, but you lied. You faked a pregnancy, ma'am.
Right.
This is absurd. I mean, I'm not reading this. This is just going to piss me off. It's going to piss me off. She just throws up on a page.
And it's recycled lines that she's used already.
Right. She does a lot of copy pasta. Good Lord. Yuck. Yuck. I don't know why. What happened? I thought I was sharing that screen. Share screen. I mean, how long is this break? Read
It's
trial.
probably the mid-morning break.
Well, isn't that only 15 minutes? 15 minutes!
Mm-hmm.
Bev has no concept of time.
For fuck's sake.
This cross could go into tomorrow.
I know it probably will. I have to get out of here at 1:30, I guess, or let me see what time. Let me see what time my appointment is. Yeah, I need to leave by 1:30. All right, I got to go wake up my kid actually because she needs to get ready. So you guys take over, talk to the chat, would you?
Yeah, let's see what's chat.
What's going on, chat?
Even the FBI called the police. That's true, Nancy.
Yep.
Oh, good morning, Slug.
Slug says, Megan keeps teasing for chat being funnier than her. Well, you guys are pretty funny, and we're doing a bad job of being funny back. So,
yeah. Tasing him. Tasing, not teasing.
I mean, it's the same difference.
Is it? I think one stings a little more.
Yeah, teases really do sting a bit.
We have control. Actually, I don't know that we have.
We don't have any control, actually.
We can just sit here and talk to you.
Here's a funny story for you guys. So since people are shifting away from StreamYard because the price is getting higher and higher, Megan demoted me. So I am no longer Super Brad anymore. I'm just regular Brad now. I can't do anything.
Oh, no. She clipped your wings.
She clipped my wings, but it's fine. I get it.
Yeah, no. It is expensive. I just paid for the whole year to save extra. So, I'm kind of locked in right now, which is fine. So what else is going on, Brad? What you been up to?
A lot of us time, spending more time with the family outside of being on Omar's show for Vlad.
Oh, nice.
That's Mark Feather's 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Yeah, this is going to be a project, man. I'm trying to think if I have any files of just audio files of Lynette that I can quickly get done so I can get at least LMNOP and Laura Owens in there and just get started. Because it's going to take a while to get all the rest of this stuff.
Yeah, clipping it out of that her affidavit or her
deposition.
Her depo is a challenge because it's interrupted ever so often.
That's true. I'll have to cut Randy out of it. Maybe it's better to use the court. That she rambled on and on in court.
It's not a very good quality, though.
The audio.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. You're probably right. Let me see. Let's bring that up. Actually, maybe we can do this on the.
Because I think I made a file for her.
We'll do it on stream.
On
doing it live.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Oh, let's see.
Oh, Bill O'Reilly.
Miss him. He was funny sometimes.
I mean, he's still around. He's just not as on Fox or.
I haven't seen him since he was fired.
Right.
All right. It would be under my Preston v. Hales. Oh, how many minutes is this? Oh, that's the deposition. All right, would be under the probably the ex parte hearings is where she did the most talking. Let's see.
Next up, I've got good afternoon. If you could just state your full name.
Lynette Preston.
Ms. Preston.
But she doesn't do yelling in this, though.
No.
Mm-hmm. She talks all soft.
Right now, he won't be back till the second Tuesday of October, and I told them that at the sheriff's department or at the.
Yeah, she lost her voice from screaming so much the day before.
Right. She doesn't do any screaming in this one, I don't think.
Hearing to and I think if we screen can put up. So transcripts would not be sufficient unless accurate.
Channel.
No, I know.
And he's doing this monetarily, not only to me but to others, and it's getting to the fact that he is now in my adoption of my.
Yeah, that's just not. It's just too muted for her. Her normal voice is much better. I gotta use the normal voice. Let's see. Do we have? Oh God, this is always a lot of fun.
10:16. You're on the record. Is not here.
Let the record reflect. We just heard a male voice. Okay, just wait for a follow. Okay, good. Was that me?
I think so. It was either you or the other one. I don't know.
Well, ma'am, you wrote this. I'm asking you what you meant.
I was given notice that you wanted a deposition done. I couldn't change my doctor's appointment, so I wrote the motion asking for it to be.
Yeah, that's going to be much better because she's like animated like she normally is. She's not putting on the fake. I'm
poor pitiful me.
I'm a disabled senior citizen. Garbage.
Try to take care of my daughter.
Child, right? My child.
My child.
What did you want him to do? Jump a fucking fence? That's the funniest. That's the funniest part right there.
With bandages.
What should he have done? You are not a nice person. Oh, I have that.
You are not a nice person.
Just put that in there over and over and over. See if it'll work.
Yeah, will that work if I just do that for 5 minutes? I wonder.
I don't know. I tried using Fake You with her, and it was just kind of bland. So I was like,
whatever DJ Radis uses is pretty accurate. I don't know what he uses, but that one's pretty good. All right, where did I put that? Now I have to import that into my editing software. Maybe we can do this live. Get some work done while we're sitting here. All right. Preston v. Hales, where are you? There it is. All right, now let's see. I wonder if I can share my, I don't think you'll see the sound, unfortunately, unless I can share my entire screen with the sound.
Desktop audio.
Desktop audio? All right, we'll see if I can do it. Let's see. Present, share screen. Would it be entire screen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But that screen, for whatever reason, is not appearing. Why? Because I don't have it. You keep an eye on the court, okay, Brad?
I will do so.
Got it. Add to stage. All right. Can you hear this?
The time is
Yep.
10:16.
Awesome.
On the record. Good day, everyone. My name is Jacqueline
All right.
Maestas, and I will be your court reporter. We are here today for the purposes that Preston swear or affirm to.
John Cook is not here.
Let the record reflect, we just heard is a court proceeding going to be challenged. Listen, nobody's going to, if you, ma'am, you're pleading the fifth to this, to what I'm thinking. Excuse me?
Very well.
Good. I'm glad these are perjury.
Okay, wait. Here's what I have
As if
to
we
do.
were in Judge Thomas's courtroom. Do you understand that?
All right.
Is the audio mono or is it
I don't know.
I understand it very well.
Good. I'm glad.
Ah, damn it. How do I get Randy out of there? This is going to take forever.
Very well.
Mm-hmm.
Good. I'm glad. So to make sure you don't give an answer that's later going to be challenged,
I'll
I need
plead
to-
the fifth.
Excuse me?
All right, right there.
Can you send me
I'll
that
make
file?
sure I don't give any answers that won't be challenged because I will plead the fifth.
Here we go. All right.
Ma'am, you're pleading the fifth to this, to what I'm asking you right now?
No, I was,
understand.
never mind. I'm responding. Never mind.
Okay. Okay. Let's just start from the beginning with this. I want to make
Megan, can you send me this file?
Yeah. Well, I'll have to throw it
Dropbox
on
it. That's fine.
or Proton Drive. Can I
Yeah.
put it on the one you sent me? Or do I?
No, you put it on yours.
Oh, I have to create an account.
No, you don't have to create an account. It's all tied to your same account. So
It
go
is?
to your Proton Mail.
Okay.
Then in the upper left corner, you should see the 4 squares next to Proton Mail.
4 squares next to. Oh, yeah. Oh, Drive. Huh. Press the new button. Okay. LMNOP depot. There you go. Create. And then how do I add
Just
something
drag
in
the
there?
file into it.
Oh, okay. That's easy. Preston V. Hales. There we go. All right, it's copying in there. And then what do? I just share it with you?
Right click on it and then share.
Okay. It's uploading.
my questions. Okay, so if I ask you a question and you don't understand it, me, and I'll then you can answer. If you don't work because you answer. And if you need it, there's no pending. We're going to be here quite a while. Exhibits with the end of the day.
And yes, you will be there quite a
You will
while.
be getting copies. We are going to rush the possible of the court reporter, but no later than 3 days from now. Interrupt. Your question. Generally, wait for a follow. All right. Okay. So now, can you see this?
I can see it. Sort of. I can't read it, but I can see it.
That's funny.
Yes.
All right, let's see. What?
I can't read it, but I can see it. Ma'am.
Sort of. I can't read it, but I can see it.
Can't read so good.
Well, you should.
I thought that was John.
I know, right?
You can read it now?
No, sir, I cannot.
Madam Court
Barely
reporter,
make it out.
to the court reporter, can you see this?
Yes, I can.
Ma'am, can you see this?
I can see the paper. I can see some of the work. I can see.
Ma'am, can you see this?
I can see the paper. I can see some
private
of the
chat.
words. I can make
Here's
out
the
some
link.
of it. Yes.
Okay, good. Let me ask you, are you taking any medications right now which would affect your ability to tell the truth?
No. I'm pleading the fifth.
I forgot how funny this was.
I'm pleading the fifth. It's none of your business.
I can't read it, so I'm pleading the fifth. Okay, got it.
You're pleading the fifth if you take any medications. Okay, that's
Right.
fine.
It's my right.
And when you say you're pleading
We
the
gotta
fifth,
find. What
you're
is he
using the
supposed to do? Jump a fucking fence? We gotta
Exactly.
find that.
You can twist and turn whatever I say into whatever you want.
nation, is that correct?
Exactly. You can twist and turn whatever I say into whatever you want. So,
Ma'am,
yes.
again, we just had the first example. I said to you,
Turn whatever I say into whatever you
Ma'am.
want. So,
there's no need for that. Okay, I understood what you were saying. You said I came. There's no need for that. Okay, I just want to make sure you understand when you say you're pleading the fifth that we're using the same language. We have the same dictionaries, so you don't have to say talking to somebody.
I'm looking at my child.
My child just fell down.
This is a good one. Yes, I'm having a hangry raid. Yes, can I help you?
After that stream, can you make me tea?
I'll come do that. Yeah. Okay. Just give me a minute, okay, bud? I know you're not feeling good. I gotta make him some tea in a minute.
Yeah, and my nostrils are burning.
Oh, well, did you take an allergy pill yet?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, I took. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll be right there to get you some tea in just a few minutes, okay, bud? Poor thing. Honey, can you close my... Oh, good job.
Looking at my child to make sure that she's not getting into anything she shouldn't be. I don't have daycare. She's special needs. Go to the bed.
The time is 10:06.
Thank you. She's special needs.
God, the cord's hanging down behind her.
I love the cords. You know, by the way, the idiots in the ecosystem now are accusing me of mocking a child. I find that so offensive. I have never once mocked a child. This is so absurd. I am offended by this. I have seen what I see in this case as a child at risk. I have mentioned my concern for the child that I think is at risk, but in no way have I ever mocked a child. I have mocked this woman, yes, because she's ridiculous. And she put herself out there in the public constantly. And no, but her child, this narrative that somehow I'm out there mocking a child, stop it. Brad, are you watching the court?
Mm-hmm. It's Pamela Fanderson. You
Still
spin
Pamela
me
Fanderson.
right round, baby. Round, round.
Question about medication. That's
I've got to take a call.
Okay.
All right.
Go to the bed. Shouldn't be. I don't have daycare. She's special needs. Go.
On December 8th, that was 5.
And by the way, anybody who says that I have mocked a child, you challenge them to find evidence of that. Find the evidence that I mocked a child.
23 with the
ridiculous
clerk. Recognize this?
I have definitely mocked this woman, though, in her unsafe environment that she thinks is okay
Yes,
for
sir.
a baby.
And I want to ask you some things that watching your first.
All that about you'll get a nail in your
Everything
eye.
else here, all this writing. Okay. December 18th, asked for by.
Think so was either you or the other one. I think so was
All right, get rid of that.
think so was either you or the other one. I don't know.
Well, ma'am, you wrote this.
The other one. I don't know.
Well, ma'am, you wrote this. I'm asking you what you meant.
I was given notice.
We're only at 30 seconds. This is going to
Either
take
you or the other
forever.
one, I don't know. I was given notice that you wanted a deposition done. I couldn't change my doctor's appointment. So I wrote the motion asking for it to be changed. Yes.
Okay. Okay. And when you say it, you meant your deposition, right?
Yes.
And the one we're having right now, correct?
Yes.
All right. So when you said Mr. Hale's counsel, you meant me, right?
Sure. Yes.
All right. Then you wrote, as we can't make it that day due to doctor's appointment. So ma'am, who's we?
It was John Cook and I. It was a
So ma'am, who's we?
It was John Cook and I. It was a deposition on both of us.
Oh, so you knew about both depositions, correct?
On both of us.
Wait, where did I?
It was John Cook and I. It was a deposition on both of us.
Oh, so you knew about both
Okay, here we
depositions,
go.
correct?
Exactly. Yes. Sorry.
And you told Judge Thomas under oath that you didn't get notice of your deposition, right?
I did not say that. No.
Okay. Well, if you did say it, that would be a false statement, wouldn't it?
Yes, but I did get notice of it. And I never said I didn't. That's a lie.
Okay. All right. And so who had you said doc?
I had a doctor's appointment. Yes. If I set appointments, I'm not always perfect with my writing and my speaking. I'm sorry.
Okay. So you wrote appointment. Okay. So you wrote appointments, but you only meant a single appointment, right?
I had a doctor's appointment that couldn't be changed.
A single appointment, right? Right?
I had a doctor's appointment that couldn't be changed.
And that was for what day?
That was for whatever days on the paper. That was for whatever days on the paper. The day of the deposition.
We've hit a minute.
Well,
A minute,
says
10
right here.
seconds. A minute, 10 seconds. Oh my God, this can take forever.
Well, it says right here. Can you see?
Hey, at least
I
I'm getting
can't
some
make
work
it
done, though.
December 21st. Is that
Right. It was the 21st. Yes, I barely can read. It was the 21st.
I barely can read. What?
Is that the
Right.
date?
It was.
All right, there should do. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm getting a sample of LMNOP's voice for the supertip.gg.
It's the 21st. Yes, I barely can read that writing. I'm sorry. I need new glasses. And that's there. Now I can read it.
All right.
Oh God.
186% on
I love it when they complain that this deposition has no purpose. It has so much educational purpose. They should teach this in law schools.
Right.
It's so instructive for both litigants and lawyers what not to do in a deposition. This should be required watching.
December 21st. Read it. December 21st, I had a doctor's appointment that I could not change.
Okay. I know. So tell us, ma'am, what's the name of the doctor you had the appointment with on December 21st?
I don't feel you have the right to.
Okay.
I don't feel you have the right to know that under HIPAA violation.
Ma'am,
I plead the
not
fifth.
HIPAA violation.
To know that under HIPAA violation.
Ma'am,
I plead the
it's not a HIPAA
fifth.
violation. It's not a HIPAA violation to give the name of your doctor, especially when you're using it to the court. The judge ordered you to verify everything you said.
That is true.
I'm here to verify with you. I'm giving you an opportunity to verify this with the judge. So what is the name of the doctor so we can verify this with the doctor?
You know what?
Oh, I think court's
audio.
coming back.
Council sidebar, please.
All right, let's see. I have. It's a sidebar.
Sidebar.
I have to stop screen. Well, okay, let's go back to the. You keep let me know, Brad. Well, I hear it in my ears, so I'll hear it when.
Okay.
Did I turn the volume back on? Can you hear this?
No.
No, you can't hear it. I did it wrong.
Well, you're sharing the desktop audio, so.
Oh, it's back. Okay. Share screen.
Karen and attorneys just sat back down.
Yep, I see that. Here we go. All right, finally.
Oh, these?
Well, they turned off the volume again.
Waiting for the jury to come in.
Oh. I'm at 1:45. A minute and 45 seconds. Oh boy, we're back to the fan. Back to the fan. Chad, how are you doing? I think we had a new super chat pop up. Fletcher boy, thanks for the $4.99. Drop by to say unbreaded. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. There are 249 of you here. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe. If you can't send a super chat, definitely hit the like button because it's free. And hit it as hard as Hank Brennan says Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe, which probably wasn't very hard at all because she didn't hit him with a car. That did not happen.
Thank you for your patience. Sometimes there are matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience.
Ashley Ludwin in the chat said, is this a Chris Jericho cruise tee? Yes, it is. We were deck 9 on Chris Jericho 4-leaf clover, and this is the deck shirt that we got.
Beep. Okay, is the jury coming in? What is happening? Oh, yep. Just J Hip says, are you going live tonight or do I need to prep more than 75 minutes of material? Yes, on Tug's channel. So I can't tell you what time that will start. Usually
Jackson,
around 8:15.
go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct? Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie?
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd asked you about. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister.
Yes.
And obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right? Exactly.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
The Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview, or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On
that same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right.
Would that
Those
be
law
the
enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that.
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency. Is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were
Okay.
investigating.
Oh, what a
But you
liar.
did understand that it was
You know
having
they were from the
something to do
FBI.
with your
Lies.
involvement at
Lies.
34th Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022. As a witness or otherwise?
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you basically about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
It is so unfair they're not allowed to say FBI.
They first contacted you
It's
telephonically.
so unfair.
Called you on the phone.
It is prejudicial. The jury should know there was
Actually,
an
they
FBI
walked up to my
investigation.
car.
They walked up to your
There
car.
is still
Yes.
an
Okay, that was the
FBI
very first
investigation.
introduction.
They
correct?
say it's
Yes.
closed.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right. And at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were. You said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something. So I was like, oh, no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough. Fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house. They then called you on the phone.
Yes.
They were
Correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
Okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton, you knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes. Brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continued to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you informed them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Gee, why
Before
didn't she feel
leaving, however,
comfortable? I wonder
those
why.
same law
Of course, I
enforcement
wouldn't let the
officers
FBI
asked you
talk
if
to
you
me either.
contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's so unfair that the jury doesn't get to hear.
I agree.
About the FBI. I can't believe that. And also, what the hell is the FBI doing? Why did they close it? Like, there's so much, just the police investigation alone, there should be charges brought against the cops for what they did in this investigation.
Yes. First, I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize.
Is that a gray-brown suit he's wearing?
I didn't notice. I wasn't looking.
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
She was wearing something different earlier, wasn't she?
No. She's got this weird sweatshirt on today.
With a pocket and a pocket protector.
Looks like shoulder pads.
I don't think that's brown. I think it's dark gray.
Dark gray.
But maybe I'm colorblind. I don't
But
know.
no, you see the pocket? Like, it's
Oh
stitched
yeah,
on.
that is weird. It's a strange sweater. She looks like that's something you do on laundry day, or that you wear on laundry day.
Yeah.
She's
not flattering.
Strangely dressed down today, and she was dressed up yesterday. What's he showing her? I'm still editing Lynette, so I've got Lynette in my ears too. Is it her grand jury testimony? What is it? What are they looking at?
I don't recall.
Good Lord, what is she going to read the whole? How long is this going to take, Jen? Jay Hip, thanks for the super chat. The $1.99. To be clear, I had nothing to do with this.
Yes. Thank you.
We all know you have lots of things to do with everything, Jay. It's all your fault. And Jeremy's.
Did reviewing those paragraphs refresh your recollection?
Oh, you think that was the
as to whether or
FBI
not-
interview?
As to what you told those agents initially?
Oh, yeah. Cool.
I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval?
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
And Carrie Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first two calls you made, your husband.
Right.
Come home. There's law enforcement outside my door. I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home. Correct.
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
You wanted to let Miss Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was my next
Oh,
question.
yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if
I
you
just
enter
asked
our
yes or no.
town, she's.
Miss McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to
That's okay.
explain. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you. Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted?
Yes.
But if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What'd they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes, that was correct.
That was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them so that your story could somehow align or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe,
Mm-hmm.
you'd have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she'd been contacted by these law enforcement agents because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason,
more than that.
So
I'm sorry.
Let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe, you can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up. Hey, somebody's coming. Because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to
heads
this.
up.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what we were telling you was just the truth, there would be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when. There'd be no reason.
Waiting for Bev yells at defense
There's no inquiring. It's like when you're
or
a little,
rephrase.
when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So
Kind of not the same
you
thing.
asked a question,
Not about nice things, John.
an argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Jackson.
Bev yells at defense. Maybe
I don't have the card, so I can't see.
that's one of the things. I just don't know.
You
if
also
that counts.
testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms.
we don't.
Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own
Okay, I got a bingo then.
perceptions
Woo!
and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Is that yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that arc of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement.
Compound.
Yes or no, ma'am?
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's a pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact,
Answer, was it the truth?
you did talk to other people. You contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Kerry Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Kerry? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie. Correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If I
Okay, let
could
me ask it a different
explain,
way.
if I could explain,
Let me ask it
it
a
will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
Thank you for coming back to the microphone.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents
Okay.
asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained.
How hard do you think she's digging her nails into her hand right now?
I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you. Sorry, they asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. At that, or any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said no.
She was finishing her answer. Finish your answer.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
That's,
non-responsive.
so next question.
Mhm. Here we go. She's
Okay,
getting fired
after
up.
you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else,
Mhm.
those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband, objection.
Sustained.
For what?
They left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe? Objection.
Sustained.
Parental privilege or
Did you call them back
spousal privilege.
and say, I'm calling you
I had to
back
get hangry some tea.
because my husband told me that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up.
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers
Come on,
to
Jen.
questions are evident?
Wait.
Be mindful of
Warm
that.
it.
Next, yes.
Here for it.
Are we on a break?
No.
Sidebar.
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 But I'm gonna
Sidebar.
drop.
All right, you have a meeting. You go.
Thanks.
Thanks for being here,
Hi,
Brad.
Good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
All right, so folks, if you're just getting here, we are watching the Karen Reed trial. I have about an hour and a half left that I can be here, and then I have to leave also. So I won't be here for the afternoon, but there's plenty of coverage going on other places that you can go at that point. But stick around for a while here because we're going to be we're hanging out. Okay, so we have let me see. Where's my, looking for my YouTube page. I have too many windows open. This is always a problem. I am working on voices for supertips.gg. I think I have a page, but I'm trying to figure out what it is, and I don't know what it is yet. Let me see. Because there are a couple voices in there already. Let me see. Let me see if I can figure it out. Do you guys know about supertips.gg? It's hilarious.
It's so funny.
Okay, it's not my initials. What would it be? It's not that. I know. I'm trying to figure out what is it. Well, I'm setting it up. I'm in the process of setting it up. And it lets you send super chats that are read on screen by an AI voice that we select, And it's so funny because it's great too, because it's better than YouTube super chats because they only keep 10% at super tips. So that's really cool. I'm looking forward to that. And also the extra fun you guys are going to get to have by choosing
really funny.
voices. It is so funny. Nobody Likes Onions is Patrick Melton is the founder and creator of it. And he has been using them on his show for a long time. And they're very funny. And Nick Recada's got a bunch of them going. And Uncivil Law already got his panties in a wad over it. And it's creating so much hilarity. I heard that Nick is going to have a new voice for Kurt. It's not Kurt's voice, but he's got a new voice on the way. I won't ruin it for you. I'll let you guys find out what it is over there.
You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm just
Yeah.
asking yes or no. You know them?
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works for the district attorney's office.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying. Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them, correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further, Mr. Judge.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason. Is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Is that right?
Shank.
Okay.
Strange.
And ultimately,
I've never heard
at the
that word.
waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
they appeared to be getting along?
Yeah. Yes.
Sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together?
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts?
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not.
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm
come
not
on.
asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Colakitases and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar, we were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground.
Do we think that's
which would be
plastic
the high top
surgery?
tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other.
Botox,
I'm
but I
confused
think
about
it's
this.
makeup.
We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay.
Her makeup is
You
much
did see
different than
on
first
the opposite
trial.
side of that high top table. That's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking, and
Botox, sure.
communicating with each other. Is that
I don't
right?
know about a facelift.
I believe so. I was
Yeah, I don't
talking
think
to
she
Miss
said a
Reed. I wasn't
facelift.
really paying attention to them.
Her face
Did
looks
you
very
ever
the
see
same
those
to
two
me.
men get physical with one another that night?
Stretched.
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakitis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
But I don't, if we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking about your memory. You remember them squaring off on one another, playing, but squaring off on one another,
I
correct?
don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys just, I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video,
Mhm.
it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they didn't notice punching each other.
Right.
I get that.
Mhm.
Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see the
I saw them together.
all
It's
saw it on the
blurry and they're
video.
kind of, I don't know really what they're
They're
doing.
just playing.
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other, playfully, grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Playfully grabbing at each other, like fighting, correct? That's not part.
Oof.
I'd have to watch the video to
Playing
categorize
grab
it as
ass.
play fighting.
Yeah, grab ass.
I didn't know it was a quick clip. I wasn't
MG,
like
did they
focusing on
touch
Brian and
swords?
Brian. I was just
Ew.
identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed, and I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah, in the video.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian
Mhm.
Higgins and Brian Albert.
Hmm.
Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're the guys. Yeah.
Big boys.
Mhm.
A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other.
That smile disappears really fast.
Coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, you, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night.
Yes.
Correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yeah, rehomed into the cement
You
pool.
even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside, the surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside in the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you?
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the Waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters and the sink. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room. And they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures. So, or maybe the Sun and the Marines, they might've been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
Oh my God, drink some water, lady.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
So she's doing the same thing she did last time, which is fight every single question. So this is going to take a really long time. And I don't know why I wouldn't, if I were the prosecutor, I would advise my witnesses not to do that. Don't fight everything. Just answer the question. If it's a yes or no, say it.
She does seem to have been coached. She does seem to be trying really hard to smile, but it just doesn't stick.
It's my sister's
Her
house.
mouth literally is turned downwards.
Both of you.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's hard for her to smile.
She spent most of her life frowning, I guess.
She's like Sally Smith.
Yes, exactly. Like Sally Smith smiles with her lips, her mouth turned down.
I think that has to do with the underbite. She's got a very big underbite, and so it forces her chin out, and then the mouth turns down. That is quite some jaw. Reminds me of the Habsburg jaw.
I just call her Jen the Chin. I'm trying to make fetch happen with that one.
Yeah.
Working on it.
I'm up to 5 minutes and 30 seconds of LMNOP now.
Oh, good.
I'm almost there. I want to find the fucking fence because that's really funny.
Oh yeah.
Is that Mr. Wolf?
And I'm not finding it.
Can you,
Your Honor,
if you
with court
open it
permission,
in
I'm gonna
Dropbox,
show a
will it show
different
you the
exhibit,
transcript?
until
Oh
the other-
yeah,
the other issue
it
can be resolved.
will.
And
With
then
the
you
court's
can search
permission,
for
Commonwealth Exhibit
fence.
3.
That's a great idea. Of course, now I won't know what the timestamp is because I've cut
Permission
out all the
published?
stuff.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, could you
cut out so
highlight
much.
or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize
Maybe
what's
you can
depicted
see
in
it,
this
like-
photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
See if it's before she
Yes.
put up that
What is that?
barrier.
That
piece.
is 34 Fairview.
Might
Okay.
hone in on the time a little bit more.
Can you?
You know when she put that
think
thing
this
in the
laser
way
will
of her
work.
computer.
Oh yeah.
May I approach? Yes. Use that laser and point to the front door that you entered
Elephant.
when you walked in the house. Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is. Right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night.
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah, if you like just right there, you know, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles? Did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you can
No.
describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond I just asked whose Jeep is that.
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox. Is that right?
Yes.
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. And at any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband? Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was a normal, it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yes.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there,
Hmm.
Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case. Correct?
No.
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come. Yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house. Yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. We were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said, yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman? Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words, no.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert?
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins?
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during
here's
that
where I am.
conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family, my sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened,
And
questions like that. And I absolutely told them, but it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody, well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not, no.
You're not a trained investigator.
No.
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
No.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, okay? I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was separated in the house. Or is everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be
We
allowed.
all knew what was happening.
Try this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family who are witnesses, were they separated from
Such a horseshit investigation.
At that point, I don't think anyone.
Still don't know how they managed to make an investigation or bring this to trial anyway.
of who the
I
witnesses
mean,
are?
they didn't.
She can't say yes or
Folks in
no.
that house were separated by law enforcement before we were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Are you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then
Mhm.
he promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No,
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by
But
himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when
Well,
he arrived.
You've testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
Yes.
They followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in
right.
the house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes,
You remember testifying at the grand jury?
yes, the one back in
April.
April,
I think,
yes, yes,
2022?
yes.
That sounds
Yeah,
right.
it sounds about right, yeah.
You remember being there in an anteroom with some other folks?
What's an anteroom?
An anteroom, a waiting room?
Oh, yeah,
Waiting for your
mhm.
testimony?
Yes,
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same anteroom?
yes,
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So in answer to my question,
Mhm.
you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was a
No,
full-size German
it's a
Shepherd.
full size, yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th,
This is the part that makes the case fall apart for me.
6:40 a.m. or so,
Where was the dog?
you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
What did the dog do?
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When we went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running. Chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
It was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview, yes.
And on the lawn of 34 Fairview,
Yes,
where first responders were responding, correct?
yes,
And you said my client is screaming to the top of her lungs. Is that that right?
Yes, she was.
And Karen Roberts screaming back at her,
Yes.
shut up or shut the fuck up, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes.
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that right?
Yes.
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
Yes.
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
Oh, you did.
Previously indicated
You did.
that when you went through
Yeah.
the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Well, let's find out.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want
I
to
would be
startle them?
terrified to
Something
wake
terrible
up
had
to her.
happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up? Something we need to talk about. You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Bev is sleeping again.
Exactly. But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You
don't you
definitely
show
like
us
trying
how
to
you
wake
did
them up. Yes.
Show us how you did
What
it,
was the
Jen.
dog's reaction?
Show me.
Yeah, what
I
was
don't
the
recall
dog?
seeing the dog.
I didn't even see the dog.
So,
Wow.
according to you, to the dog at least, we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of
A
stairs.
German
the
Shepherd,
house is
not
completely
just any
dark,
dog.
Walks
Can't really
into a
get into the
bedroom
mind
door
of a dog, though.
and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all. Objection.
Sustained. Why is that sustained? What is he objecting to? What's the relevance of his objection?
She won't let anybody
Asked
say
and
no.
answered, I guess.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know
It's crazy.
that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
Oh, you do too. Didn't she testify? No, it was Brian that testified that the dog sleeps right next to the window. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because
The
the
dog
dog
wasn't
wasn't
there.
there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No,
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
no,
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
no.
Open
Walked
up the
into
door. No dog.
Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
No dog.
Mhm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
Where's the dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
So
Doesn't
there's
mean
no
it wasn't
dog.
there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
I hope someone on the jury has a German
You didn't see or
Shepherd,
hear a dog
Me too.
whining
because
or
that
howling,
person
did
will
you?
be like,
No,
bullshit.
Hear or
Well, even
see dog
a
scratching at the door?
Chihuahua.
no.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have you ever
dog.
heard
A big dog.
the?
Just say a big dog.
Have you ever heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert? Anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers. Yeah. Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
What? object
I
on what
don't.
basis?
It wasn't good with other dogs, is what I knew. So I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some
That's all
aggression,
you know about your
correct?
sister's
At least
dog?
with other
I doubt
dogs.
it.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Were you close with your sister?
If you could
She
remind the
said
jurors,
she is.
I know.
in your memory, who was the last
I know
person
everything there is to know about my
to leave
sister's
the
dog.
house, 34 Fairview, on the morning of the early morning hours of January 29th?
Insane.
I believe
He pukes on the
Caitlin
couch
left
all the
after
time.
us, my niece.
Thank you.
Her white couch. She's always screaming about that.
That's not good.
No. This is
At
just
some point,
completely unbelievable.
We've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Mhm.
Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3 of the court's permission? Okay.
There's got to be somebody on this jury with a dog, and I hope to God they have a German Shepherd, because anybody who has a German Shepherd knows this is a ridiculous testimony. An absolute. Oh, was that the Duke? I saw
Yes,
the
that
Duke
was the
sneak
Duke.
in. I saw him sneak in there. Tell him I said hello.
Megan
And I
says hello.
appreciate
Thank you.
him for lending you to me all the times he does.
Jurors where Brian and Nicole
Oh, he
Albert's
gets it.
bedroom window is in that photograph.
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, approach.
Yes.
Go.
Let me get back on track. You indicated
I
that
think
you
Bev was
looked
sleeping.
out that storm
Lights
door
were down for a
and
second. It
saw
looked like she
Miss
was
Reed's
leaning
vehicle
back
or
in her
SUV directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was
I
the
would not
first
be
time you noted
surprised.
or clocked that SUV being there?
First time, I'm sorry.
The first time you
Clocked?
noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door
Mhm.
and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
Oh,
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I was going to say, wait a minute, 2:23. What?
That's
Again, I'm
the
not sure.
search for
When
how
you looked out
long.
the door,
Yeah.
did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry. Lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, sorry, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
So to
sorry.
your left
Yes.
is,
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
okay,
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
all right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do. Yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagels.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is.
So you remember it
looked out
vividly.
Mhm.
the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details.
She doesn't pay
about
attention
cars.
to
At
much.
some point, you
Barking
did
dogs.
become interested in
Mhm.
exactly what time.
But she remembers everything else
Ryan
perfectly.
Karen,
Nagel's
you
truck
know, Karen going
arrived,
backwards at 25
correct?
miles an
This is
hour
after
and
the fact.
hitting
Well after the
John.
fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that
Why?
Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Well, I mean, she was in the house. Ms.
Yes.
McCabe. She was in the house when.
Why would she need that?
Appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home from the 34th Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house at the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You
the
knew all
time.
this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened
I
outside
didn't ask
is
you if she had
different.
involvement.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again.
Okay.
You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he
It seems
did
like it
tell
would be
you
important to remember.
not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustain.
I can see.
Indeed,
the
once you got
chin,
that screenshot,
Skeletor,
we'll talk about that in just a
underneath
second.
her
When
eyes.
you got
just
the
right
screenshot,
behind
did
her,
you
just
ever
waiting,
share that?
just
with law
wanting
enforcement?
to.
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night.
That's what are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel
Hard gulp.
that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m.
Her eyes are getting pretty wide.
Sounds right.
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
She is a victim of her own face. I mean, she can't help it. She can't help it.
Marion? Okay. Take a look at that transcript, that call. You read that to yourself, the highlighted portion to yourself.
I'd like to be heard.
All right, why don't you come to council?
Sidebar.
Sidebar. Does she look like her face is getting redder?
Bev or the
Jen.
witness? Jen? I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't tell under all that spray tan or tanning bed. I'm not sure.
What a happy bunch. Everybody's like falling asleep over there.
I'm falling asleep. This is not as I don't know. If I'm the jury, if I'm on the jury, and I've said this last trial, that's all I needed to hear to say not guilty is the thing about the dog. That's it. That's it. That's it for me. I don't even need the experts with the car. I just know that Jen McCabe is lying for some reason. Somebody's lying. It's the dog wasn't in the house, or they're lying about the dog being in the house. And to me, that's all I need. That's it. I'm done. That my reasonable doubt has gone over the roof, and it's over. It's just over.
Well, I mean, I have 3 dogs, very different personalities. And even the one that never barked. I mean, I didn't even think she could bark until somebody was at the door and she felt like it was a threat. Like she wasn't sure what was going on, and she started barking, and I was like, that's weird. But I mean, the other dogs, you know, they sound like they're about to rip somebody's head off.
It just makes no sense. And a German Shepherd, was Chloe, was she a police dog?
She was a failed police dog.
A failed police. So you know why she was failed? So when they go through the trials, it's like the training, it's super intense. And so if they have any kind of personality problems or, inability to train or listen, that's why they fail out. So this dog, a German Shepherd that fails out of police training, has some quirks and problems, right? And for sure, it's going to be, that's going to be an aggressive or more aggressive type dog. Not that they don't want aggressive dogs, but they want dogs that are trainable, right? If you have one that's too aggressive, that isn't trainable, then they fail out. This dog, by all accounts, was aggressive, didn't like strangers, was reactive. This is a reactive dog.
Right.
And German Shepherds are reactive as it is. If this jury can sit there and seriously not see a massive problem with what we just heard, then I have no use for them. This is the point in the trial where I'm on the jury and I check out because I'm like, not guilty. I don't care what comes up. Not guilty. There was a dog. Now there's no dog. Nobody saw the dog. Like what the dog got rehomed. Nobody we can't look at the teeth, but wait till they get to the part where they can't see the bite pattern of the dog because the Alberts made sure to get rid of the dog.
Right.
So there's no matching the bite marks. There's no matching the size of the teeth and where the teeth are. Crazy. This is crazy. I don't know. I hate this case.
Wasn't there had to have been somebody else that the dog bit? I wonder if there's any pictures from that.
Most likely, if there was a dog bite, it wouldn't have been as severe as what was on John.
Sure.
It would have been like a nip, like it looks like 4 puncture wounds when a dog gets you. I've had a shepherd bite me before. Actually, I've had 3 shepherds. I forgot about my shepherd Chow. She was a biter. And when she would nip, you get it was like a warning bite, but you get 4 little punctures from those top and bottom teeth.
Is the page available?
That's what most dog bites look like.
Yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said. That's what you
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection?
Objection.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
It's fun to watch.
Thank you.
Take a look at the bottom of that page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing.
All right. This is embarrassing. I think, how long have I been here? 3 hours.
Almost 4 hours.
The grand total is $28.97. I think I need to get a day job, Roz. I don't think this is going to work out. I don't think this. I could have made more doing laundry probably.
Come on, Did you set a goal? You set a goal.
I didn't.
Ruh-roh.
I guess I should try. I'll set a super chat goal, but I'm out of here at 1:30, so that's like a half hour from now.
About what we were just discussing concerning that conversation.
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
We've set a super chat goal for just 10, just 10. So I don't feel like a total failure
I
today.
can read the time, but in my memory.
On my question, I have to do it this way. Mr.
Okay,
Casey.
sorry.
Actually, it's not letting me
Just to
start the
refresh your
goal.
recollection as you sit here,
Weird.
having read this.
YouTube is
as to the
weird.
time that was reflected on
It's
that
true.
screenshot.
I remember, I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I
And that-
did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
What's on?
Just that question. The
There we
screenshot
go.
said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's here.
Yes, something
And
similar.
it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other
Yes.
words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustain.
You did
Thank you,
see
K-Matt Red
Julie
Queen.
Nagel go outside and
There you go.
approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside,
When she walked out and then came back inside?
soon after she went out, she talked to her brother. She came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right.
Aw.
Was it
There
12:15,
you go,
12:30, 12:45?
Oh,
1 o'clock?
IT Goatee, thank you
Well,
for the
according
10.
to that
And
paper, it would have
Brian
had
will
to
That's
been-
not what I'm
Not
asking.
according to.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but
Okay.
it's hard.
Yeah, I couldn't do it.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going
Mhm.
to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Hey, Brad,
Yes,
I'm
over
sending
to
you an
the side,
email.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this,
Mhm.
as you're looking out that storm door window,
Mhm.
going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep. Is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car,
Do
and
you
then I
remember-
went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep,
Mhm.
a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins's Jeep was between Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss
Oh,
Reed's SUV.
Marcia, thank you
remember
for
that
sending me
very
50 on Cash App. What a
I
sweetheart.
know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here,
generous.
and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you the question again.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Ryan Nagel's truck, we've already established that.
Mhm.
What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck,
Mhm.
or SUV rather. So just behind that is to the left. As you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it there. I mean, it's a 5,000 pound Jeep. Right?
You don't remember seeing it? You
It was
remember
dark.
seeing
I
everything.
wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
And I'm asking for what you saw.
Sorry.
Let's just slow down.
It's okay.
Okay.
You saw Ryan David's truck. Then you saw Haynes' Jeep. Then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
she's amazing.
One more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in
One more question before lunch, probably.
Randall's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there. And in my peripheral vision, I saw lights. And then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
Very well.
All right, jurors, we'll take our lunch and recess.
All right.
You can follow up right behind the jurors and we'll see you up here in 45 minutes.
All right. Lunch is happening. And this is perfect timing for me. This is when I'm going to have to, I've only got a half an hour left anyway, so it'll give me some time to change the laundry, etc. So if you guys want to go and continue this programming, I will redirect you over to Nick Ricetta's stream. I know he is streaming this. Let's see. Let me set up a redirect here, and then I'll get to the super chats, and then we will. This is perfect timing, actually.
Yeah, really good.
Thank you, Bev, for
Yeah.
calling lunch with just enough time to go. There we go. Okay, you're all on the way to being redirected over to the Ricetta stream, and I hear that his super tips are hilarious today, so you're going to have a lot of fun over there. Let's get to the super chats that I have not gotten to. K-Matt Red Queen, thanks for the 5. Surely too busy listening and grousing. I do find that during trial streams, it's funny, super chats do tend to fall off because everyone's paying such close attention to what's going on the screen.
Right.
But then again, trial streams also end up being your longest, most time-intensive streaming, right? You're talking 8 hours a day if you're doing gavel to gavel, and it's a very long day. So I appreciate those of you who are sending in the super chats. And IT Goatee, thanks for the 10. I appreciate you, buddy. Brian Wilkinson, thanks for the 10. Appreciate you too. And Frankie 3130, thanks for the 20. You're awesome, Fox Mother. That's right. Send in your protection money. You know how it goes. If you don't, 300-pound thumb breaker might be.
I'm going to need
on
a
the way.
description of my job responsibilities just in case I need to file unemployment or something.
Right. Ray, aka on King, thanks for the 10. I appreciate you. Becky L, thanks for the 2. Today can't be a total loss. You're amazing. Yeah, some days are a loss. What are you gonna do? Chris Poughton, thanks for the £2 to help keep you in breadsticks. I appreciate that. And Sticky Widget, thanks for the 2. Getting in at the last minute. The story of my life. Well, we appreciate you, Sticky, and all the mods doing all of the work, dropping all the links and keeping everybody up to date on what's going on. I appreciate you guys very much. And we are at 7 out of 10. We're almost there. Only 3 more super chats to the goal where I will not feel like a total failure today. So I'll give you a couple minutes to get those last 3 in so we can get the celebration in the chat. What are your thoughts on her testimony today, Rosalind? Did you see much of anything that was different from her testimony last trial?
Oh, I think there's quite a bit that's different from the last trial. I mean, one is her responses. That was, her decorum, should we say. She seems like she's really fighting hard to fight or to overcome what she did last time. And
Yeah, except I can't believe she let Brennan lead her into that. Jen! Yeah. I can't believe that she did after, that didn't go so hot for her the first time. And yet he did lead her right into it. He kept poking at her. Well, describe her her demeanor. It's like, well,
Right.
she could have just said she seemed over the top. She was screaming at me. She didn't have to do the reenact. He didn't say reenact what she did.
Right. Right.
And yet she did it anyway. It's a really strange thing.
Right.
Look at this. Nardo Polo says, Megan, I took your advice, met a girl at the AutoZone. Been dating a few weeks now, but she thinks I'm a mechanic. That's all right. You've got plenty of time to learn how to fix an engine. Just get a book, go to the library, and just learn. You can be a mechanic on the side, like as a hobby. You can be a hobby
Right.
mechanic. I mean,
Exactly.
but she doesn't need to know that you just learned and you get a new skill.
Exactly. Win-win.
Win-win. You don't have to know that much about cars to impress women, by the way, because we know nothing about cars. So any knowledge you have about cars and engines and how things work, we think you're an expert. If you can tow someone out of the ditch, we think you're the most amazing person on earth. So don't worry about it and just go get yourself one of those self-help, how to become a, Mechanics for Dummies books and start reading that. You can throw words at her like torque and suspension. And we don't know any different, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, right. We have no idea. Spark plugs. Like I gotta change the spark plugs later, and she'll be impressed. She's not gonna quiz you on it, I promise. In fact, when my husband tells me about things like how engines work, I mean, I love listening to him talk, but I mean, I will zone out after a while. It's
magic. That's all you need.
It is. It's all you need to know is that he can fix it. That's all I need to know is whatever's going on, he can fix it. All right. Let's see. All right. Looks like we're not going to hit the goal and I'm going to be a failure for the rest of the day, but that's okay. That's all right. I appreciate those of you who attempted to, Brad's back right at the last minute. Where's Brad? Hi,
Hello.
Brad.
I'm back.
Hello.
Did you, I'm of course signing off now. We're leaving.
Oh yeah, of course.
But it's good to see your face and you can be able to say goodbye to the chat as well. So
Hi, chat. I sent your file back.
You did? That was so. How do you do that, by the way, so quickly? Change the MP4 to an MP3. How are you doing this? Do you have special powers?
Do you want me to show you how to do it? Because I can.
Yeah, maybe later. Let's do that because I need to know because I have to make all these clips and I don't want to bother you for every single one of them. Slug says, Brad, please help Grandma. She can't operate her own phone. That is a lie. I know how to use my phone. I just don't know how to change files sometimes.
I've got a whole list of messages from Grandma, so she knows how to use her phone.
I do know how to use the phone. I just need to learn how to convert file types. That would help. All right, everybody, you have a wonderful rest of your day. Make sure you subscribe to Rosalind Duke and also IT Goatee Brad. He's got a channel out there too. I don't know. Have you been streaming at all? I don't get notifications.
I haven't done much of anything recently.
Well, he might change his mind one of these days. Go and subscribe anyway. And I am gonna go get ready to take my kiddo to the doctor. Oh, I use the word kiddo. I hate that word. Why did I say that? I never say that. That is a very. It's just a yucky word. I don't like.
My very sick child.
My sick child. No, I've got to go get her in. We have lots of stuff to do after that hospitalization. Like specialists and this and that and all kinds of stuff. It's really been it's been stressful to say the least, and I'm gaining more wrinkles every day that I somehow have to go get lasered off my neck at some point. Does that work? Can I go get laser? Can I laser this? Or am I
we're upgrading from breadstick money to Botox money?
I don't want Botox, but I do want facelift money. That
facelift money. For sure.
I'm not going to go for the injectables. I don't like the idea of that, but I do want a neck lift at some point. And I want this gone. Look at how much younger I would look if just this,
Mm-hmm.
This is really bothering me. I look I look pretty good for my age until I see my neck. And then I'm like, holy crap. I look like an 80-year-old woman from the chin down. So
yeah, there's some texture issues.
Yeah, that's not good. I need to get rid of that. And I don't think there's anything I can do other than to have it pinned back somehow. Yeah, tuck money. All right, everybody. Let's see. Shall I leave you with? I don't have any Karen Reed songs. Do I? What songs can I leave you with? We haven't seen this one in a while, and Jeff's in it. Maybe we should do this. I don't even know what it is. I haven't seen it in forever. I will leave you with this clip that it's a minute and 20 seconds. I don't know what it says. So I don't know what's on it. That'll be fun. All right. See you guys. I hope I'll be doing this again tomorrow, but I don't know. Again, pay attention to meganfox.locals.com. That's where you'll get the notifications. Make sure you are subscribed to this channel and check if you are not still subscribed, and go have fun over on Ricada Law. See ya.
Sometimes we have very serious conversations. Sometimes they're a little bit lighter. Sometimes there's the perfect blend of both. The perfect blend of both. And when you want to have the perfect blend of both, you need to have great guests like Megan Fox here.
Hi, Joe. Hi, chat.
Megan!
Oh,
Megan's back!
Hi.
Megan.
I'm back.
With all that,
You have
so much Christmas behind.
You do great work, Megan. Keep it up. I am going to have to sign off at this point, but thanks so much for having me on the show. I really appreciate it. Be happy to come back anytime.
It was great to have you, Andrew. Take care and have a great day.
Take care, folks.
Is freaking great. And one of the things that's great is you're a real reporter who does like real hard work and actually puts it, and you're fast and you beat everybody to the punch. Instead, you're out there with just the facts and you've got reliable information. You aren't just spouting BS. And so thank you for being a reliable reporter.
I try.
If you guys are on Rumble and YouTube, make sure you subscribe to Megan Fox. Get medium smart commentary at your fingertips. No, but and honestly, also make sure you check out her writing on PJ Media. You will not find sharper writing.